Hello, and welcome to McClure Day, a day full of professionals and celebrating our student successes. And we've been doing this for, oh my gosh, over 20 years now. And we started off with Julio Aruz, the director of our school, talking about smart cities.
Good morning, everybody. Before we go and start talking about smart cities, let me give everybody that's watching a little bit of overview of who we are and what we do and the things that we're going to be doing in the coming years. So we're the McClure School of Emerging Communication Technologies, and we have a few programs in which we teach students about different types of technologies. Our oldest programs are in information and telecommunication systems. That one is over 30 years old. And in that one, we teach students how to deal with the business of information networking. So we basically use technology to solve business problems. So we do a lot of data networking, a lot of information networking. And our students specialize in different areas. Some might go and work for some of our partners in large data centers and large IT units. Others might continue their careers into our master's degree or other graduate programs and end up maybe at a research lab. So we have people working at some of the largest manufacturers of networking equipment. So that's our information networking area. Additionally, we have a lab, which is the Grid Lab. And in the Grid Lab, we do research related to virtual reality, augmented reality, and game development. It's a grant-funded lab. It's quite successful, with millions of dollars in grants that are over a period of several years. And they do a lot of work with industry. They work with the medical industry. They work with the community. They work with the School of Education. They work with the psychology department, creating solutions that use virtual reality and augmented reality to solve specific problems in these domains. Additionally, the program is the academic home for the new Esports facility at Ohio University that is expected to open in the fall of 2021, around the middle of the fall of 2021. And in this facility, we have, besides esports, we will use this facility with our programs in journalism, media arts and studies, and networking, in order to teach our students how to tell stories about esports through streaming, through techniques in broadcasting, through graphics, and through an understanding of how to use or how networking should be employed in this setting, so that the experience of esports is actually what you expect it to be in esports. There's the network plays a crucial role in how it in the performance of the system. Okay, so having said that, Adam, I don't know if we can have Adam back on the screen and we can go through the program, and then we'll go with our first event. So Adam, before we jump into our first event, let's share with people that are viewing the stream what we have for today. So at 10:30, we have a talk where we're going to review what's going on with smart cities these days. We're going to look at what has worked, what hasn't worked. We have really an expert in what it refers to cities and technology, John Tolva. He actually worked for the city of Chicago a few years ago, and he's pretty involved in with different municipalities around the nation. At 11:30, we have a talk about gender and accessibility inequities in technology, and in that talk, we have actually three speakers. Or it's a panel, excuse me. We have three panelists. Dr. Sujata Banerjee, she is a researcher, a senior researcher at VMware in California. She does basically networking research, so she really knows about the networking and the data networking industry for several decades, and it's a perfect position to tell us the story and the issues that we have with gender inequities in technology. Additionally, we have Shruti Palepu, who's one of our alumna from 2012 from our graduate program. She works for Prudential Financial in Connecticut, and she's been in the industry also for about 10 years. Finally, we have Jay DiGeronimo. She is also an alumni from our program, and she's pretty involved in the community, that supports women in technology. She's CEO of a few companies, and has been in industry for quite a while as well, in the telecom industry. The panel will be moderated by one of our faculty members, Dr. Trevor Roycroft, who's one of our experts in data privacy, in data ethics, and also in the industry and inequities that we see in industry. After that, at 1:30, we'll have Professor Brandon Saunders will talk about our student awards. So for all of our students that are watching, the students awards will be announced there, as well as the awards for the results for the ITS 4440 challenge. So that RFP that students were working on over the past 6-7 weeks, the winners of that challenge will be announced at 1:30. At 2, we jump into our new theme, which is esports. And Adam Maslowski, who's on the screen right now, he will be interviewing Adam Apicella, who's the CEO of Esports Engine in Columbus. And he's quite active in the world of esports in the region. So we were reviewing with Adam what he has prepared for that interview, and I think that it'll be a quite interesting story about esports that we're going to learn at 2. And remember, to all of our students that sign up for the alumni one-on-one networking event that starts at 2:30, and that starts at 2:30, yes, and it goes all the way to 3 p.m. Okay, so having said that, we're a little bit of time, 10:27, but I think that, Adam, we can go ahead and go into our first event, and that is talking about cities and technology with John Tolva. So let's bring John in. Good morning, John. Wait, I think you still have you muted there. No, we still have you muted there. Let's see. Okay, let's check. Yes, let's you can jump here and
good morning, everyone.
That's
John, I'm not receiving.
Let's troubleshoot it.
Yeah, John. Troubleshooting live. That's fun. I'm not receiving any audio from you, John.
Let's see. We have time, and we have built-in time for this anyway. So sure. Maybe, John, maybe you need to reconnect or select on the top right the microphone again. Yeah. We had an issue like this before, and I had to close the tab or the browser, I believe, and come back. I think John is reconnecting.
Yeah, he's reconnecting.
That's odd that it failed. Huh?
Yeah, it worked earlier.
I know. Is this part of the stream right now, or did you?
No, it's produced straight into the stream.
Okay.
Oh,
John can.
Excellent. There we go. Okay.
Thank you. So let's switch. There you go. Good morning, John.
Hi, Julio. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for accepting the invitation to our event, our annual event. So I wanted to tell everybody how actually I found out about you first. So I have a class that I'm teaching this semester that I called ITS Technology, Urban Technology for Social Good. And you are mentioned in a book that one of the books that we use for the class, which is Responsive City by Goldsmith and Crawford. And they basically tell a story about you and your work in the city of Chicago and how you started. So I'm I'm gonna actually ask a little bit about that because I'm curious
Sure.
because how it's presented there is pretty neat. I want to know. I want to know the story behind that. But before we do that, let me tell
I should go
everybody.
grab that book and read what they wrote. It's been a while.
um, so let me tell everybody like a little bit about your background. So you're currently a few things. You are the chairman of the board of directors of the Colorado Smart Cities Alliance. You're also
Mhm.
teaching as a scholar in residence at UC Denver in Colorado.
Mhm.
You have your own company, which is Citify, which you're the CEO and co-founder of that company. And I'm gonna and in the book you're actually they tell when you were working the story about when you were working for the city of Chicago as a CTO, the chief technology officer.
Mhm.
And they also mentioned that you came from IBM. And I forgot to tell you the other day that we were talking about this, that I also started at IBM. Actually, it was an IBM services company back in 96. But your position sounds a lot more interesting than mine. You were the director for citizenship and technology at IBM. So that's pretty neat. Um, so let's start with a story, and then how do I ask you about the story that's in the book and see if it's how accurate it is, and then I'll
Sure.
tell you why I wanted to put this talk together. So I have it here actually in my notes. So it says that you met the mayor of Chicago, Rahm Emanuel, on the L platform taking a train like one morning, and at that time he was talking about open data in Chicago, and that basically that's what it says. You met him, and suddenly they asked you to collaborate, and you suggested some names, and then they actually called you to be the first CTO of Chicago. Is that accurate?
That is accurate, although it's completely unnuanced. I guess this was like late 2010, and the candidate Emmanuel was, I think he went to like all the L platforms early in the morning, like right before the morning commute. He was campaigning essentially, and what I remember. So I was with IBM at the time. Had zero desire to work in the public sector. I loved my job at the time, but I was following very closely what President Obama had done by creating the first federal CTO. Prior to his administration, there was no sort of overarching executive branch level chief technology officer or chief information officer. And I knew that one of the first initiatives that he undertook was a guy named Anish Chopra, was the open data portal, which was data.gov. And initially that was to basically, if you were going to receive stimulus funding, I mean, I know we're awash in stimulus now, but you might remember the original stimulus funding was from the 2008 recession. And in order to receive those funds, you had to log what you were doing at data.gov. Anyway, the sun isn't out, it's cold. I'm on the L platform, and my memory's hazy, but like I feel like he didn't have anybody even with him. He was just standing there. And so we started talking, and I mentioned the CTO because I was working in open data at IBM, and I asked Rahm Emanuel what he thought about open data, and his answer was mostly around transparency, right? So the sort of political affordances of being completely forthright with data. So that's about performance. It's about all kinds of things. And I said, well, I had a feeling that there were more uses even than that. Obviously, that was quite good, but there was, data analytics for improving processes, and you could use it as a raw material to build businesses, or at least incentivize businesses to be built on top of it. And then my train came, and I got on it, and that was that. I mean, one thing led to another. I was an advisor for the transition once he won, with lots of other people, and I eventually became what was for the city of Chicago the first chief technology officer. So basically he did with Chicago, at least with technology leadership, what he and Obama had done at the federal level.
Okay, so the story in the book is pretty accurate.
It's true. Yeah.
Yeah, but it says that that you didn't think that they were going to call you, and that you suggested some names, and they actually said, "No, we want you to be the first CTO."
Well, that was my first of several hundred lessons about working in the public sector. Is when you're asked to give recommendations, that is often sort of code for, let's see how good your network is. because we're considering
Okay.
you.
Okay. That's a good one. I didn't know that. That is good. So let me tell like the people are watching. So we have alumni and current students watching. What is the motivation for this talk? So really quick story. So a few years ago, I went to and attended a smart cities conference. From my field, I'm data networking, engineering, and I was very proud about it because I was going there with a paper that basically was supposed to tell everybody how they were not looking at urban planning principles in when they were writing their papers. Um, uh, so I got there and I was at one of the keynote talks, and there's lots of very famous computer scientists in the room, like very very famous, like people that you read on the books, like what algorithms and so on. And I was there, and and this very famous computer scientist comes to stage and starts talking about smart cities and how um, autonomous vehicles are going to come into cities. And I started to get a little bit uncomfortable in my chair. I remember I was sitting in the first row, and and then he started talking about, well, and we're going to improve parking with parking sensors. And I started to like even feel even more uncomfortable because I knew that I wanted to say something, and he said something else, and I was sweating in like the first row. He said, I need to ask a question, but I know that if I ask a question, it's the keynote speaker. He's really famous, and if I ask this question, I don't know how he's gonna take it, but I have to ask this question. So when it was time for the questions, they hand me the microphone. So I grabbed the microphone. I look at my hand. I was shaking, right, because I was like a room full of 200 very famous computer scientists. I was there and like shaking a little bit because of what I was gonna say. So I look at the keynote speaker, and this talk is about that. It's about what is going on with cities. So I'm not going to tell you exactly what I said because I think that you can articulate a lot better than what I did that day, actually, because you know cities a lot better than me. But anyway, so in your line of work, you've worked with and you advise multiple cities with technology issues. So let's start with that. So what do you think in your field, like how you see cities? What is exciting about cities and technology today? Let's talk about the past and the errors in the past later, but what is going on today?
Yeah, there's a couple things in 2021. I mean, I think there's a greater conversation about what we want our cities to be than maybe even a year ago, right? Having gone through a year of sort of various privations, absence makes the heart grow fonder in many ways, or at least, the changes to our cityscape over the course of the pandemic have put into finer relief all kinds of things, from social divisions that were always there but are maybe more highlighted, to the way we use our streets, the way we use our cityscape. But it even predates that a little bit. I mean, when scooters and micromobility solutions dropped on streets basically a year before that, was the first time that a lot of people who are not urbanists in any way, I was overhearing having conversations about the use of the right of way, right? Like what should go where. And they weren't, of course, phrasing it that way, but I do feel in total, with streets being shut down to vehicles during the pandemic, such that shops and restaurants could move out into the public way, to just the nature of city living. These are topics that are central to urbanism, and obviously there are technological implications to this. Much of what we've done in the city in the past year has been mediated by our devices, in a way more so than it had the year previous to that. So in general, I think there's a greater public consciousness, a greater conversation about what we want our cities to be, which is a great thing, right? The urban condition should not just be the domain of politicians, urban planners, city technologists. But the other piece of this is that I think more than ever, it's clear that cities, which is to say, dense groupings of people, living with a sort of shared set of resources and utilities and infrastructure, is a key lever in our approach to climate change. We've seen some pretty crazy sort of weather consequences of climate change in the last 2 years, and it's clear that reducing our carbon footprint is about the sort of living that happens at urban densities. And I'm happy to talk more about that, but I just think it's becoming ever clearer that those cities are the greatest consumers of energy. They're also the most efficient way of doing so, and the greatest, really the locus of insight, of innovation in climate change. And I think more and more you're going to start to see smart cities technologies angling towards that rather than just the sort of broad category of livability.
Now, so 10 years ago, when you were working with Chicago, what at that time Chicago was starting to talk about the array of things network, and I don't know if you were there when it was actually deployed, but what was interesting about this, so for people that are not familiar with this, the array of things was a collaborative effort between, I think, the public sector and the universities, and they deployed hundreds of sensors, I believe, in downtown Chicago, and this will tell noise and pollution. And I think that, I don't remember if they had cameras on there, but that is how the smart cities movement started 10 years ago. So, well, let's go and deploy these sensors, right? And now you're saying that we're moving from these sensing networks into maybe efficiencies and other types of innovation. So what happens with what is going on in the industry with the movement of sensing in cities? Are the privacy issues, are the ethics issues the ones that are driving us away from that, or why is that is not the main focus? Not necessarily today.
No, it's a good point. I mean, I guess I would say that there's been three main inflection points over the course of the last decade. It kicked off purely with data, right? Just this idea that the only thing that cities have more of than they used to, it's certainly not money, it's data, right? It's the vital signs of the built environment. So let's do something with that. And that bore a lot of fruit. But then came the sort of hardware aspect, like the instrumentation of infrastructure. And just as a side note, the Array of Things project started as a hackathon with students, right? It was an idea like open source hardware. What can we build from this? And that eventually made its way all the way into the mayor's office of this sort of open source sensing. It was mostly environmental sensing. So in that sense, it was ahead of its time from a sort of climate resilience standpoint. The idea was, at least initially, we're trying to figure out ways of mitigating the urban heat island effect. And there are a grand total of 6 EPA weather stations in the city of Chicago, which is not nearly granular enough, to look at sub-block microclimates. So with this inexpensive, ubiquitous hardware sensing technology, we could hang them on every other light post. And just as a note, there was a camera on it, but it was pointed straight up to look at the clouds. So it really was sort of separate from the public safety camera network. But the third inflection point, I think, which builds on the last one, has been the sort of revolution in mobility technologies, many of which speak to the sensors in the built environment, speak to the sensors in the infrastructure. But you raise a good point. I mean, I think one of the challenges when you move into the hardware realm, even in the software realm, is this balance between a city full of people looking out for one another, which is like a fundamental tenet of, it goes all the way back to Jane Jacobs, right? Like she called it eyes on the street. You want to feel like you live on a block where the neighbors are looking out their window to make sure everything's okay. That's not, that is in the same spectrum of observability as surveillance, right? Surveillance, though, has a completely different connotation, right? Who's doing the watching? Who's doing the observing? So, matching that balance between a city that's observing itself, right, in a way that we look very closely at the natural environment, we inspect it, right? I mean, you could argue that in the 1970s, that close attention to the natural environment gave us the environmentalism movement. That sort of turning science on that ecosystem. Well, that we see the beginnings of that, or at least the tools for doing that in the built environment now, but maintaining that, there's a weird thing in cities, right, that you never feel more anonymous than when you're surrounded by 3 million people. Like you want to, have a new identity, move to a city. Don't move to the country, right? Like, because everybody knows everybody. So there's this weird interplay between anonymity and density that I don't think our technologies have really sort of settled into an equilibrium with. And so I guess you could boil all of that answer down to, sort of navigating the issues of privacy and public good when it comes to the things that we are observing in the public way. You see this even in non sort of smart city applications, right? People who get angry that that a photo of them, has been taken inside their vehicle at a red light camera, right? As if the inside of a vehicle is a private space separate from the fact that you're in a public roadway. This is that sort of weird dynamic between public and private in city contexts.
So you mentioned the word efficiency a couple of times, and like that's what we're aiming in different domains. And so before moving into like the future of like, let's talk about climate change in a minute and what's going on there with smart cities. So right now, lots of cities, and in our class we do this. We look at lots of data sets that cities are publishing from 311 apps, or what we call 311 app. Is just the app on your phone where you report a pothole, the fire, and there's lots of data. We take a look in detail at Pittsburgh's data because we use it as an example. So are cities actually seeing real efficiencies from collecting all of this data that come from citizens and other agencies and then publishing their data sets? 10 years later, do we actually say that yes, efficiency has increased over the past 10 years? Because if we probably compare it with before that, where you didn't have any data at all, you could probably argue that it was not as efficient. But have efficiencies that increased in the past 10 years or not with these?
Well, I think, in general, yes, but I think we need to be very careful about the word efficiency. The first question I would ask is efficient for whom, right?
Okay.
Like defining that. We used to have a slogan when we were doing testing of apps out in the community, and the slogan was, "If it doesn't work for you, it doesn't work." Meaning that, like, really from a city dweller's perspective, a resident's perspective, efficiency is it works for me. I don't care if it works for you, but it works for me. And that seems selfish, but that actually should be the perspective that we're taking. So in that sense, I think cities, if you're asking about the use of technology in making cities more efficient, the other aspect of that, I would try to the predicate of efficient for the city, meaning, that its employees didn't use overtime, or efficient for the end user. And I think it's gotten a little bit better for both. I'll give you one example. One of the first things we did with data was plot 311 calls on a map, right, to see where things were coming in. And when you did that, you'd say, wow, the southwest side of Chicago seems like it has no potholes, which is not true, of course. It's that no one called in about the potholes. And there's a variety of socioeconomic reasons for that, very legitimate reasons for that. So basically, if you were to define efficiency as we have a better sense of the hot spots of, street repairs because we use technology to visualize 311 calls, maybe that's more efficient, but you're overlooking some blind spots there. So what we ended up doing is layering in social media, right? So that not city-run data, geolocated to the city of Chicago, that using a list of keywords. We did this for foodborne illness, we did this for road repairs, and then layered that on the 311 map, and that presents a much fuller picture. Sort of going back to like listening to what the city has to say, you should be listening on all channels, so to speak, public channels. That, I think, was more efficient for citizens and residents themselves. Because, I remember one in particular, someone had thrown a couch into a sinkhole in the middle of the street. And this was not but no one had called that into 311. But I guarantee you social media had picked it up, right? Like, this is an Instagram moment. There's a couch in the middle of the street, right? And so eventually, we were able to remove that and traffic was restored and things like that in a way that wouldn't have happened if we didn't have the technologies to read open public social media APIs.
Now, with all of this data and overlaying the social media data. So one of the concerns out there is that because of any of these tools, these technological tools, when they're designed by whoever they design them, when they design the app or when they design the social media platform, right? They have some values embedded in them, right? So if I design something, it's probably going to show results to people that are similar, like to me, right? So we've seen that with facial recognition systems, right, over the past year, how Amazon had to get out
Yeah.
of business, at least temporarily, because the systems that were designed were really great for people that look like the designers of the programmers and engineers that build those systems. So in cities where you collect 311 data, and you might have a really low income neighborhood, right, that for some reason they don't report, as you said, they don't report the potholes, for instance, right? They just have no interest because they some unknown reason, but they don't report it, and then you overlay it on top of it, and we know that. Uh, I think that there's evidence that Facebook is pretty selective of what they show you on social media. I mean, we don't see it, but whenever you share something with your friends on Facebook, Facebook doesn't send it to all your friends. It runs experiments and send it to some of your friends, and they have a crazy experience in the background that you don't actually see. So whenever we do this, how do we compensate for the fact that we might be leaving some people behind, right? They're not going to show up on social media. They're not going to report the pothole. They might not even have a cell phone or be able to pay a cell phone plan to report it.
Mhm.
Maybe they only have cell phone data for 10 days. So how do we fix those issues? Do we need new innovation? Do we need new technology? How do we
Yeah.
move forward with that?
Well, the truth is that was a much more difficult question 10 years ago when, something like 20% of homes in Chicago did not have broadband fixed line internet, right? Like, so it was
Yeah,
basically being
that's
throttled through, first generation phones. That has changed quite a bit. But to answer the question, if you had posed it 10 years ago, it was two things. One was really ramping up online resources in community centers. So, that's libraries and schools and things like that. Working with the basically the incumbent broadband provider in Chicago, which was Comcast, on a program called Internet Essentials, to provide broadband very low cost to families who were on school lunch programs. But more important than that was what you were getting at the beginning, which is the bias that's built into the applications themselves. Not more important, but maybe more nefarious in the sense that it's hard to analyze. I mean, I think it's only in the last couple of years that there's been a widespread conversation about the fact that there's no such thing as a technology that does not reflect the implicit biases of those who designed it, right? We're not at the point yet where computers are designing computers or applications are designing applications. There are always humans with, various backgrounds and experiences in the mix. And one of the ways we tried to mitigate that was to do all the testing of city related apps in the community. So it was called the CUT group, the Civic User Testing Group. And every weekend we would go out to a different library. And libraries are like the unsung here, the internet revolution in the sense, or at least the civic technology revolution, in the sense that they're in basically every neighborhood in major cities. And they cut across basically every class and ethnicity. They're great places to do a user focus group on applications, and that's where that slogan, "If it doesn't work for you, it doesn't work," came from. Where we take an application like, for instance, that foodborne illness app that was basically combing social media to see where people were getting ill, and literally step through. If you've ever been in a user testing for an application with basically random Chicagoans, and that really helped sort of chisel away at the narrowness, at least 10 years ago, of the demographic of people who were building the apps, which were either out of academia or were software engineers who were just had a sort of civic sensibility about them. That group of people, as important as they were, was not a great cross section of the people of Chicago. So we had to take it on the other end and say, you know what, we need to change this. This app doesn't work for anyone. that we tested with out in the real world.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Now, so are there any specific missteps or mistakes that you can identify, like that cities like uh, made over the past 10 years when they did this, right? So you identify one, like how we test the app. Are there any others that you can point out that say, well, I wish we have done this differently?
Well, I think, I mean, a couple things. One is, this very recently, is with the increase in communications technologies, there's a physicality to the internet that has real world implications. I mean, I remember when I was teaching in graduate school, so this is like the birth of the internet. No, the birth of the World Wide Web. I'm not as old as the internet is. But a student asked me, he's like, where is the internet? Can you show me where it is? Like as if it was like a building. And it sort of is now, right? In the sense that our data centers, giant windowless data centers are like right in the middles of downtown. We've got 5G towers, which are basically naked light poles at 2-block distances from one another. You can name dozens of other streets being ripped up to lay conduit and fiber. There are real architectural and infrastructural implications to all this technology that we're sort of shoving into the built environment. And I think, I wouldn't say that there is a single city that's doing this wrong. I think most cities aren't considering it at all, right? That the internet is not this sort of magical thing that just rains down from the heavens. Even wireless internet has to be wired at some point. And those wires are real physical things that need to be designed. They need, and sort of flip that on the other side is, when was the last time you were walking down the sidewalk and there was someone who was not essentially navigating the real world and their phone at the same time? This sort of like this hybridized world. Like, my children will never walk out of the house aimlessly and find where they're going just because they have Dead Reckoning or something like that. There's this well, the reason I bring that up is the people who design sidewalks, it seems like, which is cities for the most part, aren't necessarily taking into account the fact that our experience of the world is mediated this way. There was a joke. Mayor Nutter in Philadelphia many years ago did an April Fool's Day joke where he made a video where they had striped the sidewalk into texting and nines. Ha ha ha! It actually fooled me for a second, because there's a part of that that's like, that's a really good idea. Well, it turns out that there are cities in China that have literally done that, and I'm not advocating that, but I am advocating thinking clearly about the physical world, which is not something that software engineers like me or ICT professionals like you really do very much. There needs to be a merger of the physical world and the communications world as we design our cities to be the most livable places they can be. That I see as like a coming challenge or a coming problem in our cities.
All right. Let's move on to you mentioned climate protection or climate resilience. So do you see innovation and technology being a key issue for cities to tackle climate protection, or how do you see the role of, if there is any, for a smart city in climate protection? Do we have to move beyond just intelligent buildings, which they're everywhere, and they've been around for decades now? What are the role? What are we going to talk about? Just green roofs? So what are the key issues there with technology and climate resilience?
I mean, I think ultimately all the major sort of millennium challenges like climate are about human nature as much as the solutions themselves. I will note that the last major urban technology change, which is the introduction of the internal combustion engine, right, automobiles, it was touted as an environmental savior, right, because automobiles didn't poop in the middle of the street like horses did, right? They were cleaner, right? So in saying anything about technology, I'm mindful of that little anecdote, because there's always the sort of unintended consequences at scale, right? At scale, automobiles have been absolutely ruinous for our cities and for our climate in general. But I will say that sort of the behavioral changes aside, there are many technologies that were introduced for one reason, but seem to have really positive outcomes for another reason. An example of that would be electric vehicles. We talk about electric vehicles, at least in the climate lens, as sort of lowering the carbon footprint, right? Even if the electrons that are put into an electric vehicle are generated by fossil fuels, you're still getting 3 times the range that you would have gotten if you had just burned that amount of gas in your vehicle. So that's a good thing for the environment. But what we've seen in the last year, really the conversation has picked up around electric vehicles as being part of grid resilience, right? Vehicles that can have bidirectional charging. I thought a lot about this during the grid outages in Texas a couple weeks ago, or a couple months ago now, right? Like, how many people in Texas, not many, but less than 2%, but that's a lot of people in Texas that own electric vehicles, had no power in their house for 3 or 4 days, but they had a giant battery on wheels sitting in their garage that they couldn't do anything with except charge their phone with USB. That seems silly, right? Because at a real scale, say 10%, 15% sort of penetration of electric vehicles, what you really forget about the mobility implications for a moment, you've got a distributed grid. Not only is it distributed, but it's reconfigurable. So bidirectionality there, I do think maybe one link or one part of how we rethink our grids in the 21st century, which is one small part of climate change. But the larger lesson I think to be learned there are the unintended uses, or at least the undesigned uses of technologies in our cities that have benefits that go beyond why they were initially introduced. That's one example.
So you brought up transportation, and we know that transportation is a large share of the emissions that any country produces. And you brought up vehicles and electric vehicles. So do you see a role at all of autonomous vehicles? Are these going to be a solution to any problem that we have, or is just another innovation and technology experiment that really doesn't deal with the life in the city as we should look at it with a different lens?
I hate to keep bringing up horses, but I do live in Denver, Colorado. Horses were like the original autonomous vehicle, right? You could call them; they would come to you. If you were sleepy and the horse was well trained, it would take you home. So there is this irony that we're sort of returning to 100 years ago, our technologies. Autonomous vehicles to me seem like a solution ripe with ways to go wrong, but ripe enough to solve many problems. The number one being that far too many people die as a result of 2,000 to 3,000 pound hunks of metal running down streets. Right? I mean, that is not how our city streets were designed. It's not what they were designed for. You go and look at photos of 19th century cities, and everything is happening in the street. Retail, commerce, conversation. There are automobiles, there are bicycles, there are horses and buggies. It was, and then fast forward to the second half of the 20th century, and we have designed our cities solely to prioritize speed of vehicles, most of which are single occupancy. A lot of those issues can be addressed with autonomous vehicles. So if the introduction of, let's just say, autonomous features, it doesn't have to be fully autonomous. So, you may own a vehicle that has some autonomous features preventing you from pulling into a blind spot or something like that. If that saves lives, it's worth it. I do think that there are some unintended behavioral implications of autonomous vehicles. For instance, at scale, let's just imagine a city or a city district that is 100% autonomous vehicles. Humans, we're good at pattern recognition, right? We're good at coming to understand the rules of the game eventually. Eventually, we will come to understand what rules those robots play by. Meaning that if I step out into the street, that car will stop. It should stop. It better stop. I mean, this is like Isaac Asimov's 3 laws of robotics. It better stop. Does that then mean that all autonomous vehicles are subject to the whims of humans that want to cross the street? Well, it might, and maybe that's a good thing. But I don't think we've fully thought through the ethical implications of basically devolving choices about how the public way is to a set of sort of rigid rules, because it's not now. You know, there are times when going faster than the speed limit saves a life. To avoid something, those sorts of things. There's a lot of gray area in there that I don't think we fully solved. But I do believe that the levels of autonomy, which just one note here, I don't know if you've ever been in a fully autonomous vehicle, Julio, but they're a lot more conservative as drivers than humans are. At least now they are. Slower, they take less risks. So going back to the behavior change thing, I think one of the inhibitors to the widespread adoption of autonomous vehicles is that we have come to sort of we've internalized the risk associated with it, and actually become irritated when the gap between us and the car in front of us isn't closed. I mean, that's like literally the reason the traffic jams happen. If we just kept so much space, which the robots will do just fine. But I do think that there will be a learning curve, and maybe it's a generational thing. The next generation that actually hasn't learned to drive, that's just being born now, that comes to understand, sort of autonomous rules, that they may be much more amenable to it than those of us who have learned to drive ourselves.
So I think that we'll see some kind of autonomous vehicles working eventually. I think that the challenge of making them work in all environments is pretty hard. And you're right; it doesn't have to be fully autonomous, right? You can buy a car today with stereo cameras that significantly increase the safety. One last topic, because we're like running out of time. And to all my students that are watching, remember that you can ask questions and through the chat, and they will be relayed to me. So make sure that you ask questions through the chat, and I'll see them here. Well, my last question is, or my next to last question is about privacy. So we're talking about all this technology, autonomous vehicles, the Array of Things, urban sensing. And I'm going to read something that from one of the books that we use in class, which is by Ben Green, which is a Smart Enough City. And he says something like, privacy is a human right that is essential to maintaining liberty and equity, and that protecting privacy enables rather than prohibits the use of new technology. So he, if you want, paints privacy in a sense that you might be able to enable new technology. So I'm wondering if you think that there are systems in cities where there's no way that we can run them without significantly infringing the privacy rights of citizens.
I think it goes back to the conception of privacy in an urban setting is different. Privacy is not a monolithic thing. Like, here's what I believe about privacy forever and always, anywhere. It changes. And in a city, I do think there's a different sense of privacy. My personal feeling is that access to the services that demand some sort of level of authentication, like driving, right? Like you need a driver's license for that sort of thing, should be opt-in, right? Like, you should have the ability to access it, but it shouldn't be assumed that you want to access it. And I think a lot of the challenges with technology and privacy in the city assumes that you want this. And so that's an easy way, not just to devolve the decision to the individual, but also in a way to empower the individual to do something with their data. There's a small conversation about the fact that the information about how I'm using the city, where I'm going, how many times I'm using the bus, what my interaction was like on 311, that has a value. That could be monetized in some way. And there are no cities that do this, right? That basically say, we would like your data, and it's valuable, to the tune of $4 or something like that. But it's on the same spectrum as allowing a person to say, look, my experience of this city, it has value. The way I would answer that is, there has been quite a robust conversation about police surveillance cameras. right? That are on lots of street corners, infringing on public privacy. Um, One of the responses from public safety is, well, it would be no different than if we put a beat cop on every one of those corners, right? Like they used to do, just observing the environment. And so what the city of Barcelona did, who has very strict privacy and very, very open laws about what an individual can do with their data, as you can expect from Europe, right? Europe is light years ahead of the United States in terms of
Correct.
individual privacy and the right to be forgotten. They opened up publicly all of the surveillance cameras, basically saying, like, you can go to a page and see what the city sees. And there's a lot of debate about that, except that if you really wanted to and had a weekend on your hands, you could go to every single one of those street corners and observe the same thing that the cameras are observing. And so I think, if nothing else, it raises this issue of, like, what actually is privacy? Is it the act of being observed, or is it the act of being identified? And who is doing the observing? And too often, technology is deployed in the environment and doesn't address any of those questions. Or if they do, it's ex post facto, right? It's like, well, you're getting this great new service. Your trash cans are being picked up on time where they weren't, last week, because of this camera we put in your alley. Oh, and by the way, is that okay? That's the wrong sequence. That's the wrong permissions sequence.
All right. So we only have a few minutes left. I want to ask you a last question, and is there anything that I haven't asked you that you wish that I've asked? And I'm going to give you a 1 minute. What do you think about that? I'm going to remind everybody that at 11:30 we have our next talk, which is Gender Inequities panel with Sujata Banerjee from VMware, Shruti Palepu from Prudential Financial, and Gigi DiGeronimo, also MTL's alumni. So I'm coming back, John. Sorry, I only gave you like 20 seconds.
Okay. What a lot of people ask me is, because a lot of these conversations have to do with my time in the city of Chicago, is, what the hell are you doing in Denver, in Colorado? And that's a long story that's not interesting to anyone. I will say, however, that our smaller and midtown and mid-sized cities in North America, really, I think, are doing some of the most interesting work in smart cities, purely because of scale, right? Denver's 7 square miles and a relatively newer city than the Philadelphias and Bostons and Chicagos of the world. And so, and there are plenty of other, there's a reason that Columbus, Ohio won, the Smart Cities federal grant a couple of years ago, and not Seattle. And I do think it has something to do with size and scale. So that's something to keep in mind, that if you're, New York City is probably not the place to look for a completely replicable deployment of a project if you live in Topeka. Which isn't to say, like, when I was CTO, the innovation in open data was coming from Bloomington, Indiana, not New York City. So just a shout out and a represent to the mid-sized cities of North America.
Okay, well, perfect. Thank you very much. Okay, John, so it's almost 11:15. I want to thank you, like, on behalf of all the McClure School community, alumni, faculty, students, and staff. This has been a fantastic interview. I've learned a lot, and I've enjoyed it quite a bit. This is a topic that really fascinates me, and I'm quite new to this topic, but I think it's very important. It's really fulfilling to me, and it's quite important.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Hopefully in the future we'll be able to bring you back, and we can share what else is going on with cities and smart cities in the world. Thank you very much,
Have
John.
a great day.
I really appreciate it. Bye-bye.
Bye now.
Good morning, everyone. We're going to do a quick test of our next scene before we get started.
All right.
Can I get an audio test from everybody? That was Trevor. Thank you.
Good morning, this is Shruti.
Shruti sounds very good. Thank you very much. JJ?
Hi, it's JJ.
Very good.
Hi there.
Who
This
did I
is
miss?
Sujata.
Sujata, thank you. That also sounds good. Excellent, folks. As soon as I'm going to take us back to the timer at this point, as soon as the timer counts down, we're going to bring Adam back in to introduce Trevor, and then we'll go from there, okay?
Sure.
Hello. Welcome back. Our second event is now going to be the Gender and Accessibility Inequities in the Technical Fields panel with Sujata Banerjee, Shruti Palpu, and JJ DiGeronimo. And I'm now going to bring it to Dr. Roycroft, who will be moderating the panel.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for that introduction, Adam. And just to reiterate, I'm Trevor Roycroft. I'm an emeritus faculty member here at the J. Warren McClure School. And we're fortunate to have with us this morning for our panel Sujata Banerjee. And Sujata is a Senior Director of Research at VMware. We also have an alum of our master's program, Masters in Information and Telecommunication Systems, Shruti Palpu. She is currently a member of a vendor and contracting team at Prudential. And we have another alum, JJ DiGeronimo. JJ is an alum from way back when we used to be known as Communication Systems Management. And JJ is a author, a speaker, and also the president of Tech Savvy Women. So we're going to be discussing this morning gender equity issues in the information technology field. And certainly this is a very important topic and a pressing issue in general. Those of us interested in social justice want to see equity across the board, and gender equity is certainly a major issue when it comes to the information technology field. With regard to the approach that we're going to be using this morning, I'm going to pose questions, and we'll go in a round robin fashion with the panelists being the first respondent to each question, with then follow-up commentary by the other panelists. Each panelist is going to try to keep it around 5 or 6 minutes for the main response. We're hoping to get through at least 3 questions and answer rounds this morning and leave time for questions from the audience as well. But we'll see how things go, and hopefully we have time for more questions. So we're going to begin our discussion with a question for Sujata, and the question is, what challenges do women face when working in the male-dominated IT field?
Thank you, Professor Roycroft, and it's my pleasure to be with all of you today. It's always a good day when we are talking about these issues openly, and I'm really happy to have this discussion in an open forum at the school, at the McClure School. So, in terms of challenges, I think that many of the challenges we face in the tech industry are the same ones that any minority community experiences, whatever the field might be. And one of the biggest challenges that I see is that we are not part of a club. We are not part of the networks. We don't see that many great role models. And it's basically, there is the written manual for success, and then there is the unwritten manual for success. How do you get the information to succeed? Many opportunities are not advertised, and you need to find these out from your informal networks. You're overlooked for promotions because you really didn't know, but that there was this opportunity out there. And the real world doesn't look anything like what we see once we enter the portals of the tech industry. And I'll give you a quick example. One of the examples in my own research-oriented world is that you need to be part of the top conferences, for example. And at least initially, when I got into this field, I was just waiting for my first invitation, and I was waiting and waiting, and I didn't really know that all the others were actually asking for these opportunities. You have to ask for everything that you really want, and this goes for, you have to ask for the promotion, you have to ask for the salary increase. How do you write your first grant proposal? What does a good grant proposal look like? How do you get collaboration opportunities? These are all related to how strong is your network. It's the same kind of reason why you don't have pay equity in many cases. Often, we don't negotiate as hard because we don't have that visibility because you're not part of the club. There is the other challenge that I think we have seen play out in numerous occasions. There is this unconscious bias and the prevalence of what are known as microaggressions. And again, these are long-term social perceptions of gender stereotypes that are totally false. And so many women in tech don't get taken seriously. We get interrupted, our ideas are brushed aside. Often the same idea articulated by someone else gets more focus. Our own teams sometimes don't trust our technical judgment, and we are often asked, like, can you take notes? Can you organize a get together? And I'm a terrible note taker, so nobody's going to ask me a second time, I'm sure. But can you imagine what this does to one's confidence and self esteem? At the same time, there's pressure often from our out of work circles, for example, from family members in the outside world to conform to the stereotype. And this really creates a sort of an environment where you don't feel welcome. You leave. I think I used to think about having a much stronger pipeline at the beginning of the pipeline. Have more people. I think that's still extremely important. The other important thing is, how do you retain women? How do you make tech a very welcome place for a lot of the people who have made it in the first place? And the other challenge that I think many women face is that there are hidden assumptions. You're constantly being judged on some hidden scale, and there are there are these assumptions made about you, whether are you serious about your career. You may not want that exact opportunity because it involves travel, and oh, she really doesn't want to be a leader because of the extra work. And in each of these cases, please ask me first, because we've all gotten to be really good at multitasking, and everybody is different. Everybody's environment is different, so stereotyping really hurts you. Um, when my kids were young, my husband and I, we split duties evenly across pickups and drop-offs, and I often left the office at 4 o'clock, but I was resuming work at 9 p.m. I never missed a deadline. And everybody, every one of us who loves being in the tech industry, and who love the job, the joys of actually working in tech, we'll figure out a way. And I think it's really important to recognize and embrace the differences, and not make stereotypes of anyone, right? I mean, it's not just about women, it's about all of the people. Everybody is different, and they have their own constraints and own sort of challenges, and most people figure out a way to work with it. And I've been very lucky, and I've always had great people to work with. And many of you might have a similar situation, but that doesn't mean it's working out for everybody, and these challenges don't exist. So we just have to look at the numbers around us to see that there's a real problem. And these are some of the challenges that I think are really important to look at. I was at a conference yesterday, and I just heard that it's often the case that women faculty members get poorer teaching ratings. And why is that? And it's a question of, is this some stereotyping going on, or is this the kinds of things I mentioned about not being taken seriously or not getting trusted in your technical judgment? So I'll stop here and see if some of the other panelists have things to add.
Shruti, would you want to expand on this question, or have anything come up for you?
Yeah, absolutely, Dr. Rycroft. First of all, Sujata, thank you for so succinctly and going through all the different types of stereotypes we face and the microaggressions, the overt, the covert things that we hear in the industry every day, right? Like I've heard from coworkers of mine who have been in the industry for so long that they were told things way back when that they should only wear skirts, that they shouldn't wear pants to work, and these are people who are still in the workforce. So it it's always good to remember that we have come so far from what used to exist and how things have changed. But I was asked at a job, my first day on the job, I was commented, another male coworker said, "Oh, do we have a new secretary?" And this happened in 2015, 2016. So it wasn't that long ago. So we've come a long way. And some of the more obvious, you know, things that people do, no one's asking why I'm wearing pants to work, right? But there's always the microaggressions that happen at work that we can gloss over. We can say, oh, it's just one comment, it doesn't matter, to try and move forward. But there's a lot of things that we see at work, like you said, for all minorities, and today about specifically gender inequalities and equities. And for a more obvious example, I also worked at a company where the manager would only send the younger female consultants to the client side when there was one particular VP there, because he was more likely to agree to ideas brought forward by younger female consultants. And he didn't see a problem with that because it was bringing business to the company. But it's just, it's a lot of things that you can brush off, and it takes a certain level of grit and willingness to stand up and say it's not okay. Sometimes being asked to schedule a meeting is so that you can get the visibility, and so that people who may not know that you're on the team, that you're new on the team, can see, oh, okay, this new person is a part of this team. And sometimes it's being asked to bring lunch to the fourth meeting in a row, and nobody else is ever asked to pick up lunch for everyone else, right? So those things just, it's always interesting, different people's perception of that, or that they see that it's okay or see that it's not okay. And it's very important to advocate for yourself and to understand the best way to do that, which I know is one of the other questions. So we'll get to that one. But thank you very much for, that was a great question, and thank you for your excellent answer, Sujata.
JJ, would you like to add on this one? Oh, you're muted.
Thanks for the question, great comments, and thanks for the invitation. I think I'll take a slightly different spin because I think a lot has been already said from our point of view, which obviously there's still tremendous challenges. But I will say that organizations are really working to go beyond just unconscious bias. Many organizations are educating first and second line managers and above on how women and men show up differently in the workplace. And I bet every woman listening right now, and even some men that have women friends in the workplace, can tell us a story because they exist. But I can assure you that I think things are shifting, and that there are people and organizations that see real value in building thought diversity and bringing different people to the table, because not only does it help with product development, but it also helps with product marketing and looking like the customer. So I feel like there is a small steps in the right direction that have numbers associated with it that make companies very focused on doing the right thing for all people that show up. And so I'm pretty excited about what's been happening just even over the last 5 years. So I look forward to hearing more about some of the companies that are making advocates out of males in the organizations that are so instrumental for women to not only be successful in their current role, but to move up through the organization.
All right, thank you. Well, our next question is for Shruti, and the question is, as she hinted at, how can women advocate for their ideas and for themselves in the workplace?
Thank you. So this one I actually wanted to talk to because I think it's interesting that women who are outspoken will will be labeled aggressive, right? That was the original thought process. And then women who don't talk enough are called wallflowers, that they're not taking part in the conversation. So that gender bias, in my opinion, exists on both sides of the spectrum. So it's important to advocate for yourself when you feel like you're being biased against, when you feel like you deserve the promotion, when you feel like you should be the one presenting this at the meeting because it was your idea to begin with. And it's very important to advocate for yourself in the way that is true to your own nature. If you are outspoken, it's important to say the thoughtful things in the meeting, right? Listen and give useful information in the meeting. I know I have definitely been guilty of it where I just want to make myself heard. And so I chatter away and it's not helpful. It doesn't help me and it doesn't help other people in the room. So it's important to make sure that you're giving useful input into the meeting if you are an outspoken person. And if you're not, if you are an introvert, there's nothing wrong with that. You can utilize those skills that you have. You can listen very carefully, and if you're not comfortable speaking out in front of a big group of people, you can go to the person who's organizing the meeting before the meeting and give your input, or even after the meeting. Or you can even ask someone else in the room that you trust if you think that this was a good idea, and perhaps send an email following up after. There's always ways to advocate for yourself, and you have to do it in a way that's true to yourself, because otherwise it's just exhausting. You can't be an introvert if you're an extrovert, and you can't be an extrovert if you're an introvert. It's not going to work for you, and it's going to feel very forced, right? So I do think that when we're talking about seeing the things that are wrong in the world, I had a lot of help from a lot of great mentors across the different jobs I've worked at. And they told me that, hey, I could see from your face that you were not comfortable in that moment. And I agree with you. And I think that you should say something about it. And having that validation from someone else is so helpful. And vice versa, right? When I say that I feel like that wasn't an appropriate action, and someone tells me that I think you were asked to organize this meeting just to give yourself some visibility because you're a little newer on the team, not because of any other reason, right? So it's important to talk to people you trust and to advocate for yourself in the way that you feel comfortable doing it. I think that finding the right workplace, finding the right company that is able to support you is very important. I currently work at Prudential. They're recognized on so many different fronts for so many different gender and minority things that they're doing in the New York, New Jersey area, and how they are truly bringing their vendors. I work in vendor contracting now, so they're even bringing their vendors up to speed and asking vendors to make sure that they're more diverse, things like that. And not to make it listen to an ad about Prudential, but they have been excellent, and they are one of those leaders that JJ was talking about. But I've also worked at the other companies where I don't feel like I would be supported if I came forward and said that I felt like I was being treated unfairly. So advocating for yourself is important, but so is the right culture, and so is having the right people around you to be able to support you when you decide to step forward. That's pretty much what I had to say on the subject, and anything the other panelists would like to add.
Yeah. JJ, would you like to add on that question?
Yes, that's excellent. And I do think for many women, one of the things that is important is, we want to keep you in tech, right? You've done so much work to get in the field of tech and STEM, and we really want to keep you. So if you are in the wrong role, under the wrong manager, in the wrong culture, please, look for other opportunities, because we need your mind, we need your input, and I think it's instrumental that you don't leave the industry because of a bad situation, that you do find other ways to slot into new opportunities. And to do that, you do have to create your network, and you have to sustain your network. And so being on LinkedIn is instrumental. Having a good photo on LinkedIn is instrumental. I can't tell you how many people say I want to interview somebody, but they have no photo on LinkedIn. So, I don't suggest putting a photo up with your arm around your friend. Like, get someone in your family or some friend to take a picture and put up, and continue to advocate for yourself online too, because if you become in a situation that you want to get out of, it takes 6 to 9 months to transition, especially as you move through your career. And, connecting with people now that you've worked with previously or are currently working with on these social platforms are instrumental. So I talked to so many women that have been in jobs in 6, 7, 8 years, and their manager get moved, they go through a merger and acquisition, or their team gets outsourced, and they have not continued to invest in their network, so they really don't have a launching pad for where they want to position themselves next. So making sure you're advocating for yourself inside your teams and in the industry. So as the industry evolves, you can evolve with it.
Sujata, would you like to add on the advocacy question?
Well, the other panelists have said all the right things. I really want to emphasize how important self-advocacy is. It's something that we all have to learn how to do. And as Shruti said, we have to do it in a way that feels comfortable and right for us. And again, what JJ said about networks, I mean, I really believe that you have to spend time building your network, sustaining your network, and getting advice from your network, trusted partners that you have developed over the time, the relationship with. And I think, mentoring and getting sponsorship, these are the kinds of things that you really need to pay attention to, which you don't hear about in school. When you go to school, you don't really say, okay, now you're going to take a course on mentoring and, mentorship and sponsorship. And no, we didn't grow up that way in terms of our education, but it becomes extremely important to navigate the real world, because, everybody has something to learn, something that they didn't know about, and whether it's opportunities and whether it is a skill, you need to find the right people to interact with. So I think just learning the skill, how to do it, and I think both panelists gave excellent examples of what you could do right today.
All right, well, that's a great segue into our next question for JJ, which is mentoring or sponsoring an important part of the promotion of gender diversity?
Yes, yeah. So as we just discussed, this is something that I always sort of knew of mentors. I have to be honest, people who give you advice when you're with them. But it wasn't until I was researching for my second book that I realized how instrumental sponsors are. And in fact, the Accenture and the Glass Hammer did a study of women in business and women in tech, and they recognized that only a small subset understood the difference, and even a smaller subset actually had sponsors. And I think it's really important to just visit what a sponsor is. A sponsor is somebody that not only gives you advice when you're with them, but actually leverages their social capital to help you. So they might make a phone call for you. They might send you to a meeting they're invited to that they can't attend. They may put you on a short list. These are all folks that are instrumental in your career trajectory. And they're not often as obvious as mentors, right? Mentors often kind of show up in all different forms. You often have to advocate for them. They have to know the work that you're doing. They have to understand your accomplishments, and they have to have insight for where you want to have impact next. And so oftentimes this is something people you have to meet with on a more regular basis. And as both ladies mentioned, you have to be comfortable talking about your accomplishments. In fact, much of the research says that women use twice as many words on resumes, but only a third of the detail. And so talking about our accomplishments does take practice, as already mentioned. And I do have some podcasts out there on these specific topics, because I don't think anyone ever told me either that sharing your accomplishments are absolutely critical, and sharing them in a metric format. So whether you're advancing revenue, streamlining operations, or enhancing the brand of the organization, you have to have metrics associated with that, because research also shows that women are assessed based on what they've accomplished, where men are assessed on what is possible. And so there's a lot of things that women have to recognize if they want to accelerate their impact and take on that next level of their role or in the organization. And sponsorship is absolutely critical, because there's so many meetings that you're not going to be invited to, but that they will be customizing and crafting lists of people that they want to take those next steps. And you have to have people in those meetings that not only know you, know your accomplishments, but also know where you want to take your career.
Sujata, do you have any follow-up on the sponsorship mentorship issue?
Yeah, this is a very important topic, and I think what JJ mentioned earlier about organizations taking actual steps. I mean, a lot of mentoring programs have been informal, but there are also formal mentoring programs. There are reverse mentoring programs now out there for trying to expand your network to people who you wouldn't normally encounter. And one of the other things that I might mention here is that there are many aspects to our jobs. And one of the things that I find very, very useful is to talk with people who are not exactly like me, who are not following the exact same path, but just learning about the whole system. And you'll be surprised how often that really prepares you for leadership positions, because now you know a lot more. You're an expert in one particular thing, or maybe two things, but then you have this broader view. And mentoring, sponsorship, I mean, your mentors and your sponsors can help you get connected to a broader set of people. And so um, also think about, as you're getting more senior, you're getting to sort of have a lot of accomplishments. Think about spending time mentoring somebody. So it's not just about a one-sided thing. You may be mentoring other people who are in your shoes from a few years ago, and so you'll be able to talk to them about the kinds of things, kinds of techniques that you came up with. So no doubt, I mean, this is actually one of those sort of activities you do have to do consciously. It's an important helping tool for your own career, and you'll need advice. I mean, you will still have to do the action, you'll still have to take the steps, but I find it very useful to talk with a diverse set of people to get their opinions when I have to make a big decision, for example. So I'll pass it on to Shruti if she has other comments.
Shruti, do
The
you
only
have
thing,
any? Go ahead. Sorry.
sorry.
Got a
The only
little
thing I'd
lag.
like to add to that, the advice I received about finding a mentor was that early in your career, you want mentors who understand the details of what you're doing, because you don't know everything that's out there. You don't know all the different angles that could lead to different jobs very early in your career and very early in the industry. And then as you advance in your career and you understand a little bit more about your interests and your trajectory, then it's helpful to move outside of your immediate circle to look for mentors. My first few mentors were people who I did not work with directly, but were very, very close to what my team did and could give very specific advice on my day-to-day activities. And now I have a 1.5-year old and I need a different type of mentorship. I need a working mother who can tell me how to balance different things in my life. And so I now have a different type of mentor, someone who does not know quite so much about my day-to-day work, but can give me a lot of advice on personal versus work-life balance and things like that. And everything else that both of you said, I 100% agree on. Pass it along, mentor the next person who comes along, even if you're just a recent grad, you can talk to someone who's still in school. I know Trevor Roycroft here, Dr. Roycroft runs, I believe, the mentorship program with ITS, if I'm not wrong, and I think that that's excellent. And you can always, someone who's just a couple years behind you could take a piece of advice that you've given, or how you found a job, or the right kind of mentor to look for. So 100% agree with Sujata and JJ there.
Okay, so I guess at this point, I'm not quite sure how this is working with regard to audience feedback. I'm not. Are there questions from the audience that someone can relay to me, or am I seeing everything that I need to see at this point?
Well,
Well,
as
while
we're
that
waiting for
question,
that,
yeah,
yeah,
while
I
we're
would say
waiting for that,
as we're waiting this, one other nugget I think it's important to recognize as you're either interning or going out into the workforce is making sure that you keep an eye on the projects that you're working on. Not only, how you're moving the bottom line, make sure you understand the project, but you also want to make sure that you have some kind of executive visibility, even if it's one step above your manager, because tech moves so fast and so many people move to different jobs and are promoted and move on. And you want to make sure you don't have just one point of contact that knows who you are and what you do. So making sure you schedule, at this point, virtual coffee meetings or 15-minute calls. Really, the great way to get in with a lot of people you might not know is just ask them to tell you about their career journey. It's a great way to expand your network and get to know other people in the company.
All right. Well, Julio has suggested a question, and I think it's an interesting one from the standpoint that he's asking about potential solutions here, and he's raising the issue associated with gender equity standards and whether anyone has any experience working with an organization that has set gender equity standards, and that could be set by a non-governmental agency or by the corporation itself. So just let's see if we have any comment on that question.
I'd like to take that one if I can go first at least. Prudential, like I said earlier, has done an excellent job with gender equity. They actually were featured in a full spread of the Wall Street Journal for how great a job they've done for gender equity. There's statistics that say that many companies bring women in at entry level, right? They openly recruit to make sure that they're trying to bring women in. But then as women go forward in their career at the mid-manager level, you see a sudden drop. It's almost like a funnel that happens. And then when you go up to that C-suite, once again, it's the usual types of people that you see and not as many women. And Prudential actually has managed to overcome that. And there's multiple parts to how they did that, right? Prudential is at its core a financial institution. They run insurance, but everything is powered by technology today, right? Everything that comes out of technology, everything is run by technology. And for Prudential, what they realized was that women, either in STEM or in the financial sector, come in, and they come in as technologists. But then the people who advance in their career are the people who know the financials of a business. And one of the biases that exists is that women are good people managers, that women should manage people, but not necessarily the budget, right? And that's why you see so many women in HR, but not so many women as CFOs across the world. So that was something that Prudential did an active part in trying to educate managers across the board of taking control of financial management. Men or women, they did it equally, and then they started seeing more women rise through the ranks. The other obvious thing there is maternity and family leave and allowing that flexibility with family and life care, because in most cases it's the mother who's taking time off for the doctor's appointments, for the drop-offs, and it's that's just the way life goes. But that is the second more obvious part. But the part that I was surprised to learn was that women are given control of big teams, but not necessarily at managing the budget for those teams. And then when it comes up time for promotion, it's the person who can manage the dollars that's promoted. So that was an interesting nugget from Prudential itself as a corporation of how they're promoting women in the workforce.
Either of the other panelists want to add on this question? I do see another interesting question that has just come in. So if the interesting question that came in, is there any value in a form of reverse mentoring where you would be able to help your leaders become more adept at navigating the gender equity landscape?
So that is definitely a slippery slope. Many organizations use 360s, which are often anonymous, that are able to give feedback to leaders from teams and indirect reports. I think you have to have a very open culture. I don't think that I would be marching around my organization giving reverse feedback or mentoring to leaders specifically around gender. Because it is so difficult for women in the workplace already that you really don't often want to be seen as different. And so I encourage organizations, and many organizations, do have D&I investments or ERG, employee resource groups, and they often hire outside consultants because it can become a very sticky conversation very quickly. And you really do have to have leaders that are self-confident in their own right before you can give them advice about how they're managing a team. So as much as I would love to say like reverse mentoring is available and many companies do it, I think there are many managers that are promoted because they're great as individual contributors, but often not as people managers. And there's a book from IBM from like the 1980s about this called Peopleware. And so you do have to have a culture of education, personal development, and open conversations that cultivate those types of engaging conversations.
These are great points, JJ. Reverse mentoring, I mean, yes, it could be a slippery slope, but it's also definitely one of the things that we have in creating more awareness and education. So if the opportunity arises in a form that is even keeled and open minded, I mean, I think this is actually a great tool that organizations are beginning to use. But it depends on the individuals, and it also depends on how exactly it's done. If it's done in a manner of, okay, I'm checking a box or something, that's really not the way you want it. But I'm seeing senior leaders actually pay attention to this because they want to learn. We are all biased in some way or another, and it's only through these kinds of conversations and really trying to understand what somebody not like you is going through. So in that sense, I think it's a good tool if it can be applied well.
Okay, let's see. So here's a question from a student. How can I ensure that I am being an ally and speak up for my coworkers, but not overstep when I notice gender inequities in the workplace? And if you don't mind, I can lead off on this one from the standpoint that it is a challenge as a man, to advocate for women in the workplace. The club was mentioned early on by Sujata, and some people do view, that you're stepping outside of the boundaries of that club, and you can run into some pushback, as from the standpoint when you're advocating for women. Now, the ability to speak up confidently is something that is supported by a lot of research, from the standpoint that if you are a man advocating for women, that you're doing something that is good for society, you're doing something that's good for your corporation or business, because there's loads of research out there that demonstrates that you are that equitable workplaces are successful workplaces. And you're also doing something that's good for yourself. For those men who have women as their sexual partners and wives, they are going to be affected by discrimination, from the standpoint that their household incomes would be lower if they are victims of discrimination. So, being informed and being educated about the issues and being willing to advocate in general as a man, I think, is an important pathway to promoting gender equity and also supporting coworkers. Others would like to add on that one?
I'd like to add to that. It goes back to my earlier point about advocacy and the personal experience I shared. My first day on the job, someone asked, "Oh, do we have a new secretary?" Right? It was my first day. I don't know anyone else in the room except maybe the two people I had interviewed with. I wasn't going to say anything. Right? It's my first day. I just wasn't comfortable the first day just saying something out loud. But someone in that room went to my boss and said, "Hey, so and so said this on Shruti's first day." And my boss came to me. She wasn't in the meeting, but she came to me later and said, "Hey, I heard something happened. Are you okay? Is there something you would like to talk about? So if you are comfortable, speak out right then, right there. Say, hey, Mr. So and so, that's not an okay comment. If you're not comfortable, that's okay. You can talk to the person you feel was slighted, or you can go to the person who is their boss or their manager, or the person who made the remarks manager, right? Advocate in a way that's comfortable for you. Not everyone is comfortable speaking out. And I'm a pretty outspoken person, but on that day, I did not feel comfortable speaking out for myself. And somebody else went and said it on my behalf, and it helped me. It helped me know that, okay, there are people here. Not everyone is like this one person who made this comment my first day on the job. There are people who will advocate on my behalf. And the next time that person made another comment, I was able to advocate for myself. So it's Trevor, Dr. Roycroft is absolutely right here. It is hard to be an ally and not overstep, as the question stated. But there's ways to do it. You have to find a way to do it in order to move forward in this world and in order to help your partners, your wives, your sisters, someday your daughters, right? It's just it has to be done. So find a way to do it that is comfortable with you.
And that's an awesome point, both of the points. And the reality is, for many of us, like, we are developing products for the world. And, just an AI alone is lopsided because it's developed by white men. And they're struggling with some of the AI technologies because there's not enough diversity involved in artificial intelligence creation of products. So it helps the world as a whole that we have more diverse thought at the table. And I think for many of us in the workplace, if a woman, over 70% of executives sponsor people that look like themselves. So it is outside of our comfort zone to sponsor and mentor people that don't look like us. It's just human nature. So we do have to step outside of our comfort zone in many ways. But one of the ways you can do it that's pretty easy is when a woman gets promoted or gets a new opportunity. Many people are like, well, we needed to hire a woman. If you could just step up and say, Cheryl accomplished this, did this product, and she's going to be an excellent addition to the team. Like, really start to focus more on what they've accomplished rather than the fact of our gender will be a huge step in the workplace alone, because we do need to really cultivate this thought diversity, which is not just gender-based. It's ethnicity, our education, our backgrounds, and the more different people we can get at the table, the better products we can produce.
Right. I don't have a whole lot to add. But there are times when, as Shruti said, you have to speak up because everybody else is looking to sort of validate their sort of thought about the company. Really did, does the company value this or not? Do they value gender diversity? And by not saying anything, sometimes you send inadvertently the wrong message. So there are times to speak up in front of everyone, and then there are times where you might want to do sort of behind the scenes coaching of the person, saying, look here, maybe you didn't realize, but this is how it came out. Just make sure that it doesn't happen again because you're sending the wrong message.
Okay, well, we're coming up on the end of our time slot here. Does anyone have any closing comments that they would like to make?
I'd like to apologize that apparently I can't pull the door shut behind myself that my dog can just open and walk through. It's very impressive. But I think there has been a lot of change in the last 5, 10, 15 years, and I think that we will continue to see change as corporations make their policies better to support diversity in their own workplaces, and as the industry itself has changed. We've seen so much change in newspapers and in how corporations are expected to behave towards their workforces. So I definitely there's work to be done. There's always things to change. There's always ways things can be better. But I do think that all things considered, things are going well, and you just need to find the right culture, the right fit, and the right mentor and sponsor.
All right. Well, that's, I think, an excellent way to close. And I appreciate everyone's willingness to participate in your efforts. And thank you very much. I also want to mention that we are going to break our ITS Day program until 1:30. So we will resume at 1:30.
Good afternoon, folks. I hope everybody had a good lunch. My name is Brandon Saunders. I am one of the faculty here in the ECT department. I'm the new guy on the block. I've been here for a couple of years. Welcome to my classroom. So for the last year or so, this is not that good at the mime stuff, I guess. But this has been what we've been doing for classroom. And I think it's been a very enjoyable event. I do hope the future looks positive for us doing ECT Day in person next year. And to that end, I hope everybody has an opportunity to accept one of the COVID vaccines that are offered to you. So we can do this in person and in a more normal way in the future. So I am generally the behind the scenes guy, as my friends and most likely my students would be able to tell you. I'm kind of the introverted sort of fellow. I'm the wires and switches sort of person. So I've been doing the production of the stream this morning. Really enjoy that part. The other thing that I've found very enjoyable about this job is interacting with our students. It was not a part of the job that I had really expected to take away from this. But I really enjoy seeing students learn and see students experience the technology that we have to teach them. And this would be my second generation of students that I've kind of seen through from the very beginning of the program to the end of the program. So my responsibility for today is to talk about scholarships and awards for our students. And yeah, okay. Generally, this is done in a dinner setting in the evening, and we get some feedback about everybody's excited and happy. And Doug Bowie and I were talking at our lunch that we miss seeing the people and the students' reactions to receiving this awards and to having their parents or their family members come in. So we do miss that part, but we still want to honor the achievements of these students. And to that end, let's take a look through the scholarships that we have awarded. So I'm also the representative for the department to the college's scholarships committee. So I was able to guide these scholarships through, and we've had an excellent batch of students that applied for our scholarships, and we're very competitive across the other departments. And I was really very excited and kind of honored to be able to bring their names to that committee to do that. So receiving the Dean's Scholarship are Nicholas Tipton and Duncan Farquhar. In the college, we have a scholarship that was given by an anonymous donor that's titled the Anonymous Scholarship for Communications, and we awarded that scholarship to Christopher Darling this year. The Long Family Communication Scholarship this year goes to Nicholas Tipton again. The David C. Mitchell Scholarship in Communication also goes to Chris Darling this year. This is not quite like the Emmys. We need to be able to cut to other people. The Mary Jo and Robert Kent Outstanding Freshman this year goes to Nicholas Tipton as well. The Lyon Family Scholarship, also to Nicholas Tipton. The Scripps College for Communication General Scholarship Endowment goes to Christopher Darling this year. The College Communication Scholarship Fund goes to Katie Kabasic. The Ruth and Otto Cruz Scholarship goes to Nicholas Tipton. Our advisory board offers up a scholarship, the Thomas Lonsberry Scholarship, and our upperclassman that received that this year is Jack Russo. But we were also able to award or offer this scholarship to a number of freshmen. I look forward to seeing these students next year and look forward to bringing more students into our curriculum. The Scripps Multicultural Enhancement Award is also going to a freshman this year, Brendan George. And we also have a scholarship, the John F. Smith Memorial Scholarship, that we broke up into 4 parts, also assigned to 4 incoming freshmen this year. I also have the honor to announce the project winners for our ITS 4440, our capstone class this year. In first place is Anthony Porter, David Edmonds, Josie Book, and Nate Godfrey. And I know all those names from my earlier classes, so it's kind of it's pleasing to see your students have that level of success at the end of their education. In second place in that competition is Connor Jones, Jeremiah Light, Marshall Smith, and Tyler Schwamberger. And in third place, Anthony Zielinski, Brant Sutphin, Tom Snodgrass, sorry, Max, I butchered your name, Nick Tracy. Now, one of the most enjoyable parts of this particular responsibility that I have is announcing both our outstanding graduating senior and our outstanding graduate student. And this year, the faculty chose Josie Book to be our outstanding graduating senior. I remember Josie from ITS 2300. She was very quiet. If she had something to say, it was time to stop and listen. She was always very poignant. She's been a good leader in our department over the years, has represented our department very well as she worked as a student in OIT. Has also been a very diligent student. She was able to bring in and incorporate new knowledge that we were putting in front of her at an amazing rate. And she was always a very well-balanced person as well, able to... it was a joy to work with. And whoever she goes to work for in the future, she will be a definite asset to that organization. And you've already met Adam Maslowski, our MC for the day. Adam's also our outstanding graduate, our Master's in Information and Telecommunication Systems student. I remember Adam from, I think it was my first 2140 class. Very front, very center, very loud, very not introverted. I've always enjoyed having Adam in classes, and he's always brought a lot of energy to class, which I really appreciate. And in the last couple years, or last year and a half actually, he has shifted in from being an undergraduate into being one of our 4+1 master students. And in class, he has really excelled. I really have always appreciated having him in my classes, whether it be ITL or this semester in software-defined networking. I would suspect there would be many students who would credit a positive outcome in their lab to Adam helping them out as part of his graduate duties. So congratulations to everybody. We're going to take a short break at this point as we set up the next stream. We will be back with you at, I get the time, targeting to be back with you around 2 o'clock. Adam, my name is Brandon Saunders. How are you doing today?
Good. How are you?
Okay. I'm doing well. I'm producing the show. Cut in for just a moment here so that we can do a little bit of live setup. Your volume sounds good. You might want to bring the mic just a bit closer. Adam Maslowski, who you can see has stepped away, will be back here momentarily, and we'll be at a scene, a two-person scene that looks a lot like this when we return. Okay.
Cool. Sounds good.
Thank you for joining us today.
Hello. Oh my gosh, you're already here.
Hey, how you doing?
How are you? Oh my gosh.
Great. Thanks for having me.
And so I wanted to start off this interview by sort of talking about, like, I guess, like the origins and the beginnings of your esports career, because initially when you graduated from OU, you weren't really planning on following the esports avenue. You were planning on taking like your bar, right? Like the bars for
Yeah,
like
well,
law school.
I was going to take the LSATs, so it's taking a year off to prepare for that.
It's crazy. And so I remember that your first tournament that you ever hosted was a Halo 1 tournament, and you spent $400 out of your own pocket. And I was kind of wondering, like, how did that event go? Because I know that Chris Puckett was there, like, when he was, like, just starting out. I don't even know if he was, like, stream casting or shoutcasting at the time. And Ogre 1 and Ogre 2, which were, like, two predominantly, like, great Halo players.
Yeah, so I mean, it wasn't even called esports then. I didn't even know. I wasn't doing it to operate an esports event. I was doing it to find more people to play Halo with. When I took that year off and when I was working, I was working in congressional politics and in the 18th congressional district. I basically drove around all of the counties and put almost 40,000 miles on my car in like 6 months, and so it was basically 7 days a week, 90 hours a week of just a very low-paying, grindy job that I was just trying to get a letter from a congressman for law school. And being a typical recently out of college kid that obviously didn't have a real full-time job yet. It was like basically a glorified internship. I had no money, so I would come back to my mom's house and I would play Halo with my friends. I didn't have money to go to the bars. I didn't have much time to do anything, and that first tournament was really an effort to find more people to play Halo. You couldn't play online at the time unless you used some sort of like hacky systems. It was before Xbox Live existed. And so my expectation was that we were going to find some people to play Halo. We didn't have pre-registration. And then when I showed up that day, when we set up the event, we had hundreds of people show up. We had no idea. And people drove from all over the country basically to compete. And we ended up giving away a few $1,000s in prize money. We paid for all the costs from the registration money. And but that's how I ran my first gaming event.
And from that's when you started. Well, not you personally. I know you. I know his last name was Sundance, and Chris Puckett were setting up the Halo National Circuit, right?
Well, Mike Sepso and Sundance DiGiovanni were the co-founders of Major League Gaming, and they had launched a company prior to my little event that I ran, and they ran their first event, and it ended up being like a complete disaster. And they heard about this event we were running, and basically Puckett and I were speaking to them, and they asked me to help them run an event in Philadelphia for them. And I decided to help them, and after that event, they offered me a full-time job. So I decided not to go to law school and rolled the dice with a startup called Major League Gaming at the time. But then we ended up having a lot of success and building out really sort of the esports space in North America.
And I was wondering if you could talk to me or tell us like about your kind of like planning schedule when you show up to a city to sort of set up like a Halo tournament when it first started like occurring, because I know it's a lot different now, and I was sort of kind of wondering when you were sort of talking previously in like, oh my gosh, I think it was like the According to Eavesdrop podcast about how you just like you were never on a plane before, and then out of nowhere you'd have to show up, fly into a city with a bunch of like old TVs, and sort of just try to find a venue and figure it out from there.
So when I accepted a job with these guys, they said, hey, welcome aboard. We've announced a 12-city tour. We've announced the specific cities and dates for those 12 cities, and we haven't booked a venue yet. And if anybody's ever booked any type of live event, announcing the specific date in the specific city, but having nothing done, it's very tough to go back and fill in those pieces after. And so right away, I had to book all these venues around the country. And again, as you just said, I'd never flown before, so flying around all these cities, I'd never taken a taxi, never done any of this stuff. And I would go to the venue, and to even back up another point is like no one in the industry, no one in the sort of the non-gaming industry, even in the gaming industry, knew what esports or competitive gaming was. So we would call these venues to book their space, and they wouldn't want to do business with us. They thought it was a scam. They thought it was we weren't serious. There's no way people would want to come and play video games professionally or even, for money. So a lot of times it was educating even the markets and the venues that we wanted to go to and convince them that we were a legit, enterprise that wanted to, take their space. So then we would show up or I would show up and I would arrive and a truck would show up and I would unload all the TVs and Xboxes and gear all by myself and I would set it up. And Puckett was in high school at the time and he would show up. If it was the summer, he would show up on a Thursday. If it was school, his mom maybe would let him miss Friday. So he would show up someday on Friday. And he would help me run the event, but I was there by myself setting all this stuff up on this tour. So yeah, it was a crazy, like every story you hear about like an entrepreneurial fueled startup. This is that, but gaming themed.
So let's talk about your startup personally, Esports Engine. So what sort of changed to sort of begin your work with Esports Engine, like your start?
Yeah, so we Major League Gaming, we had a lot of success. We were acquired by Activision Blizzard at the end of 2015. So, after the acquisition, I went to Activision Blizzard, obviously via the acquisition, and I was a VP of esports operations. I helped launch the Overwatch League. I helped run CWL for Call of Duty, which eventually segued into CDL, and helped operate a lot of their other esports programs and operations and strategy. But while I was there, I learned a lot about how these publishers work, about how they sort of view the business, how they sort of operate, how there's a lot of constraints, even how they operate, that you have this massive business that's publicly traded. It's hard for them to be agile like a startup. It's hard for them to, if they have a lot of success with a game they released, if they hadn't accounted for it on their annual operating plan that year, a year in advance, it's hard for them to sort of change how they would fund and how they would fund that title to really deal with sort of like maybe a lightning in a bottle, so to speak. It's hard for them to hire. There's a lot of these business insights I had that, due to the sort of how big these companies were and how hard it was for them to turn an aircraft carrier, that there really was a need for sort of a game day operations, sort of strategic planning and operations partner in the space. And that got me, that really, the time that I had at Activision Blizzard, sort of tempered by the sort of MLG experience prior to that, really showed me that there was a need for somebody that could sort of fill these holes for publishers so they could focus on making great games and monetizing them through sort of, as we're saying, like digital microtransactions. And the esports has really completely changed the whole landscape of gaming in that regard. So they need to make sure that those products have life and longevity, and they need reliable partners to do that. So Esports Engine was an effort to build something that was a turnkey solution for these publishers to really execute, plan, strategize, and roll out their esports programs. Because really they're built to sell games and sell digital products. They're not built to be, traditional sports operators or esports operators, and that's sort of what we specialize in.
What would you consider your biggest success factor to Esports Engine?
What makes Esports Engine like special?
Yes.
I mean, I think one is that we have assembled the very best in the industry, and we continue to sort of go out and recruit and hire the best across a variety of different sort of verticals. But really, I think 20 years ago when we started, no one knew what the space was going to be. So everyone was sort of experimenting with business models and whether we're going to be the NFL or whether we're going to be sort of a services company, or whether, a streaming business was viable, whether you're going to be a sort of commercially funded sort of, via traditional sports like sponsorships and merchandise and ticketing, whether that was the business model. And, I think for us, we wanted to be great at a handful of things. We want to be the best competition/league operator on the planet. We want to be the best gaming production company in the world. We want to be the best broadcast producer in the world, and what we call sort of ecosystem or product design. We want to be able to consult and help strategize, do go-to-market plans, and help just design the entire product for a publisher. Because again, this isn't a muscle they necessarily have trained internally. So for us, being handful at a small number of things and getting the best people on the planet to do those things was very important for us. So, and as we sort of enact that strategy, we gain a lot of momentum because we continue to hire within those verticals. So while we have a handful of things that we do, the depth of each of those is pretty deep. So, like even broadcasts alone, like you have live event broadcasts, you have the remote broadcasts we're seeing now with the COVID innovations. We have everything from creating bespoke graphics packages to interstitial and shoulder content creation. I mean, the amount of depth in each one of those sort of verticals is pretty intense. And again, as we continue to collect and bring on the best people in the world at those respective categories, it just continues to further us from anybody that's trying to do this.
That's awesome to hear. And I mean, being on the forefront of like hosting and like creating venues and events for like esports space, I was sort of wondering, like, what do you see is coming up next to like sort of help enhance the viewer's experience for these sort of like tournaments?
Yeah, I mean, I think the COVID it forced our. I mean, even right now we're on a vMix platform. You guys are running a online basically interview right now, and while we could have done this pre-pandemic, certainly the pandemic has expedited the need to have innovation. I think you're even seeing it in traditional sports broadcasts where 3 years ago I sat in a Monday Night Football truck, and I was they invited us there. We were always comparing notes with our industry peers, and they were in a traditional TV truck. They had 14 cameras. For Monday Night Football is their premier broadcast where the NFL with our network partners will have the most invested in terms of bells and whistles for the broadcast. They had 14 cameras, they called, handful of audio inputs, and it was very easy, to be honest with you. Compared to an esports production where we have, depending on the game, 50 to 70 video inputs, 50 to 70 audio inputs, and we're also producing an in-game broadcast that is completely distinct from any of the cameras we're calling inside the venue, right? You're producing a live show, and you're producing an in-game show, and then you need to put those all together into one cohesive product. For us, it was encouraging to see how much more complex and further along we were, even with sort of lesser technology and gear. And where the innovation is going to happen, to answer your question, is that COVID has sort of expedited the innovation that many got stagnant with in our industry. Like the NFL is an example. The 4K cameras you saw on the field that really made it feel like some of the shots they were pulling from sort of these new cameras they were using were incredible. The end zone cams, the virtual crowds we're seeing, some of the audience interaction we're seeing with the NBA and NFL, and esports will pull a lot of these tricks in as well. And I also think, too, the remote broadcasting has gotten much better. We're able to do stuff that we probably wouldn't have thought possible 18 months ago. But since COVID forced our hand and we all had to figure it out, we're much better operators in a remote environment. So I think you're going to continue to see like innovation on the broadcast technology side. You're going to see AR and VR being incorporated in the esports side, and again, a lot more bells and whistles that we'll steal from our traditional sports peers and bring them over to esports as well.
It's awesome to hear. And you've hosted over, oh my gosh, 400 different tournaments. And I was wondering if you have any that are like extremely memorable to you, or like that had like a large impact on like your professional or like personal growth.
Yeah, I think probably my favorite event was we were in the first Counter-Strike major in North America in 2016, and it was very special for us, not only because of how important the event was and how big in terms of the Counter-Strike ecosystem. It's the most important event of the year, basically. And to host the first one in North America, that was a pretty big mantle of responsibility. And it was also a few other like special things to it. One is we were acquired by Activision Blizzard at the end of 2015, and Activision let us continue running it because the event was scheduled for March of 2016. So we were able to run it while at Activision Blizzard. We ran an event for Valve, their competitor. And also, MLG historically didn't have the greatest sort of history with the CSGO community due to we bought a site called GotFrag, and it wasn't the best acquisition, and we ended up not doing really well with that website. It ended up being turfed, and so the CSGO community really were skeptics about how we would do with Counter-Strike. And we ended up executing that event to the point where I think it's still hailed as one of the best Counter-Strike events of all time. They still sort of clamor for us to run a Counter-Strike event. And also, we ran in Columbus, and we ran in a city that doesn't get a lot of, in terms of the global scene, a lot of credit for how strong it is for esports. And we were able to sell at Nationwide Arena pretty instantly and have a packed house for that event, and do that again in Columbus, which is obviously special to us because we're local.
That's awesome. I completely forgot CSGO was like the first national, or the first, like, I guess, major tournament was in 2016. Where was it located?
The CS:GO major.
Yeah.
We ran it
Did you say
nationwide.
Columbus, or was it? Okay, cool.
Yeah, Columbus, a nationwide arena where the Blue Jackets play.
So when it comes to being a CEO, and this is more of like a personal question, what's your favorite part of your job?
I mean, I like to build a team, so it's great to have people come in and really have sort of core values and a way to approach a space that I'm proud of, that then gets sort of that manifests in people that you bring on the team. And I think that esports suffers a lot from some bad players in the space, and for us it was important to change the paradigm and be a reliable operator, to be a transparent operator, to be honest and forthright with how we go about things, whether it's for the publishers we work with or our partners or the community. So being able to have sort of core values like that sort of that you influence and that are then carried forward by your team, it's pretty rewarding. So I'd say just the entire team dynamic is probably my favorite part about being a leader.
That's sweet. And I was sort of wondering if any prospective student right now in like college who's currently trying to maybe get an entry level job into the esports industry, what advice would you have for them?
So I think Twitter's a big is a big area where esports happens. Obviously, there's respective communities, like whether the various subreddits or every community lives in a different place. But I would say predominantly most of the sort of movers and shakers, from publishers to operating partners to agencies to teams, they're very active on Twitter. So I would go and follow a lot of the thought leaders on Twitter, because they're always posting jobs, they're always posting opportunities. So and with that information at hand, I would start applying to. There's a lot, like, people talk a lot about how it's hard to break into esports. I see jobs posted, every day on a variety of experience levels, whether it's entry level to mid tier to even super experienced. And we're not. I can say this because I have a lot of these jobs posted too. Like, people aren't shooting their shots. I mean, you gotta go out there, and if you want to get in a space, apply to some of these positions, sort of educate yourself on who you should be sort of following, keeping track of. And I'm telling you, there's jobs posted every day by a variety of operators, like I'd say dozens of positions. And then I think in general, to really educate yourself, I would watch their stuff on Twitch, their stuff on YouTube. You can really learn a lot by watching some of these productions and watching a lot of these sort of these games that are being produced for esports. And once COVID's off, obviously traveling to events, there's volunteer opportunities. And I'm not a big believer in sort of the whole volunteer time and go and grind and not get compensated for it. But there are really cool opportunities in esports where you can get flown to an event and make a couple $100 and be a front desk worker or a referee or an administrator. And I think there's opportunities like that if you're really looking out for them. And so like I said, I would just be sort of on your toes and be looking out, but inform yourself. Watch some of the things that are being produced. And again, when COVID's off, go to some of these events, whether as a spectator or as somebody that's trying to volunteer or be like a paid worker.
What sort of streams do you enjoy watching when it comes to esports tournaments or events?
Yeah, I like to watch the best in the space produce. So I like the end of the LCS stuff or League of Legends. I'll watch some of the Fortnite stuff when Epic's actually running it. CDL, Overwatch League when it's back on. But these great operators and publishers that have these grandiose plans that are really pouring investment in. It's great to see what they're doing. It's great to sometimes steal or borrow ideas, and it's also great to set yourself up to not only potentially be an operational partner for them. So for us, it's important to educate and watch these so we know sort of the quality bar or how we might improve or how we might talk to that client, but also how you stack up, because you're always looking to improve and innovate your production and your sort of your offering. So seeing what others are doing in the space is important to see how you're doing yourself with sort of your executions.
All right. And what do you think you would have done if Esports Engine did not take off?
Well, I wouldn't have done it if I didn't think it was going to take off. So this is a pretty sure bet. It's like I said, it's the growth's been insanity. How fast the market insight we had and the business insights we had to start this business, we knew was sort of a sure bet. And again, when you layer in sort of the operational wisdom and folks that we have on the team, and we continue to accrue and double down on getting people like that, it really was sort of a self-fulfilling prophecy as a business. I think if I hadn't gone the third-party route, I probably would have gone to a major publisher and ran their esports program or built something, big and grand somewhere, sort of like I was doing at Blizzard. But I think that I always the 4 years I had at a publisher, while it was great, it made me realize that I really like the entrepreneurial sort of startup environment, and it's been fun. So I guess if this hadn't taken off, which again, like I said, I didn't really think there was much risk of that. Even with COVID, we still grew. We're still profitable. And when events turn on, it's going to be even crazier. But I think, again, I'd probably be a publisher.
Speaking of publishers, has Esports Engine has like any trouble with publishers when you came to hosting events?
No, because we're not a hey, we want a license for your game, or we're going to go operate and try to monetize and sell sponsorship. We are a partner, so we always view ourselves, we like to say, more fingers on the hand for a publisher. So we try to be an extension of their team. So normally we're partnered with them. We're helping them look good. We're helping them execute what they want to execute. And whether it's as a white label partner, which means like we're behind the scenes and no one knows we're involved. But I like to say we're more like gray label. We're more like, if you know the title of the movie and that's what the movie you go to see, if you see the Pixar logo in the bottom right corner, you know it's going to be dope, right? And that's what we are. Esports Engine, if you know we're involved, you know it's going to be an amazing production. You know that it's going to speak to the community. We're going to be doing epic stuff with whoever we're working with. So, hopefully that answered your question.
Yeah. And that's all thanks to like the team that you've had. And you've had them since what, like your MLG days?
Yeah, some of the folks on my team, like my co-founder, I've worked with for 18 years, Ryan Thompson, and I would say the majority of our leadership team I've worked with for 5 to 10 plus years. So when I left Activision Blizzard, with their blessing, I took 22 people with me. So I took my team that was originally the people that ran Major League Gaming events and League Ops, et cetera, and then we're at Activision Blizzard running CWL and other things. But when I exited, I negotiated an exit that would allow me to take them with me. So, we have a core team that not only through aggregate, experience, I would say outstripped anybody in the industry, but also that synergy that comes with working with people so long. We have a really big competitive operational advantage there.
Sure. And what skill sets and I guess traits do you look for in people who you want to be part of like your team?
It really depends on sort of the branch of the company that we're looking to hire for. But I mean, we are looking for people that are willing to get their hands dirty. We're not a sort of even hire an executive and have them sort of just show up for the quarterly retreat. We expect people to get to roll their sleeves up and work. Intrinsic motivation, sort of a culture fit in terms of we are very inclusive. We share probably more information from top down and bottom up than almost any company you're going to come across. So we want everyone at our company to have a shared horizon. We want to know how you win as an individual, how we win as a team, how we win for our clients. So and we share company financials, we share company health, we share that almost on a daily basis with everybody. So for us, it's a sort of that collaborative, inclusive environment. Diverse environment is super important for us. So we just have to have somebody that's coming in willing to be a team player and again, willing to work hard. And doesn't mean grind yourself to death, but it means that if you're here for 4 hours a week, you're here and you're present, you're working very hard.
It's fantastic. And if you could start all this over again, like when it comes to like even entering the esports industry, what would you do different? If anything, because it sounds like you had like one of like the perfect like green light, like starting from a grassroots and working your way up to like in a professional environment and kind of like taking the first mover's advantage. But I was wondering if you had it over again, would you do anything different?
Well, I think there's a few business snafus that we made. I mean, we had we had YouTube before YouTube existed, and we were like, oh, that'll never be a business, so we canceled it. It was called the Game Room. And then we had so you basically live uploadable VOD website, which is basically what YouTube became. We had that a few years before YouTube came about. We had a live streaming platform that was similar to Twitch. That this is before MLG.TV. This is the precursor to that. We thought that would never be a business, so we got rid of that too. So really, I should be retired twice right now. Yeah. But I think hindsight's 2020. I think that's sort of the competitive advantage we have right now is that it's not lost on me, and this is like almost an objective statement to say with hints of subjectivity is that we built the space to a degree, and a lot of the success that a lot of these teams or influencers or players and other brands are having, or even publishers, we invested a lot of money into building up esports globally. And I don't think that the space would be where it's at if we hadn't done those investments and that sort of groundwork and laid those foundations. So in that regard, it was important to really do that. So I think again, with hindsight 2020, there's things that as like a business we would have changed differently, but I'm not sure there's much I would have changed because it was so important for so many. Like there's so many people. Like you look at like a Ninja or Nick Merckx or any of these massive mega influencers. They came up through MLG. These teams, these massive teams right now that have tons of investment or massive valuations, they cut their teeth at MLG. A lot of these models that are being created for how these publishers create their ecosystems was modeled by MLG. So it's the reverberation that we've had in the industry. I don't know that I'd necessarily change it because it's important for more than just us.
You sent ripples like across the esports industry, like almost making like the industry standard. That is just such an amazing feat to accomplish, man. And so I guess talking back to your startup, what's next for Esports Engine? I know that like with COVID restrictions sort of like coming, like kind of falling down a little bit, becoming a little less restricted. What's your game plan for your company?
Yeah, so obviously we were blessed to before COVID hit. We had launched in September of 2019. We started staffing up pretty aggressively on the event production side. We had so much business, it was sort of insanity. And when COVID hit, obviously that put a pause on live events. But we were blessed as a business to be so busy on other areas, whether it's remote broadcast or consulting or other things going on, that not only did we not have to lay off a single person, but we almost, even in our Columbus, Ohio office, we tripled in size since COVID. And we also bought a company out west called NGE. They've been integrated into our company. So we're about 200 employees globally. So I think what we're looking forward to doing post-COVID is obviously running events again. There's a lot that we've been sort of cooking up. We're expanding globally. We just announced our UK office. We'll have a lot of pretty big plans we'll be announcing around our sort of London plans. And, other technology. I mean, we're exploring, like I said, AR, VR capabilities. There's a variety of publishers that we're working with that are massive projects, the biggest I've ever worked on, but I just can't share details yet. But we have a lot that we're sharing, that we're working right now, that when it comes to light, you'll see that we've been pretty busy during the COVID hiatus from events.
Well, I can't wait to see it. And there is a question in the comments. Where is it? What would an entry-level job include? Is that right? So I guess what would be an entry-level? Oh yeah, go. Sorry.
I mean, it just depends. It depends on what you're applying for. I mean, if you're I don't think there's going to be an entry-level just generalist job. Like, are you looking to get into? Are you a sports admin grad at OU and you want to be sort of on the sports side in terms of competition and administrate, like planning out sort of events, or like how the events get administrated and creating the rule books and how we sort of deal with a publisher to what we call a sanctioning system, net design. I would say there's like coordinator jobs and other entry-level positions that we look for. Event production, there's a variety of entry-level positions ranging from sort of junior producers to graphics coordinators to the normal stuff you would see in like a TV environment, whether it's traditional sports or the front bench of any live broadcast. And we're hiring all those same positions. So the same sort of chronology with how you advance your career into positions that would sort of be in bounds for a normal TV production, we have those as well. Same thing for business, like whether it's a junior, finance person on our accounting team to sort of a business development junior role or an account manager. There's a variety of entry level or mid level positions that I would say are very similar to other industries.
All right, I'll keep that in mind. Thank you. And my last question is, do you have anything you would like to add?
No, man, I appreciate you guys having me. It's always good to sort of talk to the team at OU. And like I said, I appreciate you guys having me on.
Of course, no problem. And I think that is on the dot for our session. So yeah, thank you so much, man.
Yeah, of course. Thank you.
Hey, Julio. Oh, you're muted. Still nothing. No, down.
I forgot that this microphone needs power. Sorry.
You're all
Now
good.
you can hear me, right? Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
You're all good.
So it's our job to close down McClure School Day. It's been a long day that it has been actually very successful, and I wanted to thank everybody that helped us. Let's start with Adam coordinating everything from downstairs. We transmitted from 3 locations: the podcast studio downstairs, Brandon Saunders' office, and my office, plus our guests from like lots of different states. So thank you very much, Adam. All the McClure School faculty also, especially Brandon Saunders, who put together the technology and the testing and the networking and the scenes and the microphones to make this work. To Chris Stewart, he let us use the podcast studio and like he helped us setting things up on there. Doug Bowie, always helping with basically anything that is technology related. Thank you, Doug. Matt Love, the nice camera that we have in the podcast studio with that scene and that bokeh effect with the background, and behind Adam is all Matt and the lighting as well. Alanis, who's online and has been helping us with different aspects of the day. Max, who's also online and helping us with the chat. And it was really nice to see lots of former and current students in the chat. I was talking to Jason. I see Andrew Can. Ron is here. Lots of current students. I saw that Phil, I guess from Michigan, they was also joined us and was commenting on some of the sessions. I saw Dave George and quite a few others. Thank you very much for joining us. I think this platform worked really well, and we were able to do the best we can with this technology and with our guests. It worked well. Thank you very much to everybody. Remember that at 2:30, what do we have at 2:30, Adam? That's our last event.
The one-on-one networking events, right?
Yes,
The
so
alumni.
that one networking event. So alumni, and if you have an alumni current students, if you sign up for a session, you should have the link to join the session and for the online networking event. So thank you very much to our advisory board and alumni for putting that together. Having said that, so Adam, this is your last one here, so I'm gonna let you say the final words, and then we'll be all done.
Okay. Well, I really appreciate my gosh, like this program. I've been part of this program for like 5 years now. I've learned just essentially just things I would never even fathom to even acknowledge or know how to do. And through that was just due to like the fantastic faculty and the students and the grad students above me, and like inspiring me to even like follow and pursue my own dreams in like ITS. And with esports coming along with the program and scripts and everything happening down the line in the future with the integration of the grid lab as well, I just know like McClure School is just going to be on the rise on like the cutting edge of technology, and I can't wait to see what else is in store for us.
Okay, thank you very much.
No problem. See you guys.
See you next year.
Yes.
Yeah.